It's also a very important night for the families and people and communities involved with the Miracle Leagues around our areas and the new one going up in Indiana, Pennsylvania. Your contributions will help build that new field in Indiana, Pennsylvania, the 7th impacted by your generosity. It's the Pirates Charities Auction on Root Sports, and it's the Pirates and the A's, and it begins right now.
Operators taking your telephone calls, your bids, as we present our annual Pirates Charities on Root Sports auction. And Garrett Cole tonight on the mound for the Bucks. He makes his 6th Major League start. He'll be opposed by the Oakland Athletics' Dan Straley, Greg Brown, along with Bob Walk. And we're happy, as always, to be bringing you our annual auction. Bob, this is a lot of fun for us. It's great because an opportunity for, we'll be talking about the Miracle League throughout tonight's game, where kids who normally couldn't play baseball will get a chance to because of your bids, and some really neat items once again up for bid this year.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at them, get a little preview of what you're going to be bidding on as the game goes along. A lot of great stuff. Some of the stuff we've had before, like the spring training trip, and if you've missed out on it years in the past, take a shot at it again. It's always a great time, don't you think, Greg? That time of year, get out of all that cold weather, get down to where it's nice and warm. Come down and see us in Bradenton. Tim will take you fishing.
Well, yeah, that too. And we'll also go to Denver in a month. The Pirates will. And you can go to Denver with the Pirates and enjoy a road trip there. Clint Hurdle's former stomping grounds. And the Pirate skipper and his wife will host a hockey night as they did last year. That's always a lot of fun. So a bunch of items available, including those VIP bags. We'll talk a lot about that throughout the night. We'll also talk about the Pirates trying to get a win against these Oakland Athletics. And Bob, those numbers are already coming in. We're anxious to get your telephone calls at 412-325-4888 coming your way from the Rivertown Brewing Company Hall of Fame Club, where again those phone calls are coming, and we'll be coming back as the Pirates get ready to take on the Oakland Athletics in interleague baseball at PNC Park. bullpen with pitching coach Ray Searage. And then about 15 minutes ago, he walks back and he talks briefly, Ray Searage does, with Chris Hunter, the Senior Director of Ballpark Operations here at PNC Park. Obviously, they are seeing a storm coming, and they don't want Cole to start. And you know what happened to Charlie Morton a little over a week ago? Morton pitched just 2 innings and then a 2-hour rain delay, and he couldn't go back out. The Pirates cannot afford to do that with Garrett Cole, so they're going to bring the tarp out. And Tim DeBacco, the public address announcer, is just now making an announcement about some heavy storms on the way here. And so folks here at PNC Park are forewarned to perhaps have to take cover.
It's always a tough deal because you look up, you see the sun, it looks nice out, but it's coming, and like you said, Greg, you don't want your pitcher to go out there, and you don't want the game to go for 30 minutes, and then you have an hour-and-a-half rain delay, and both teams lose their starting pitcher. You don't want that to happen.
Hey, Bob, who's in the Rivertown Brewing Company Hall of Fame club right now?
Well, there's an awful lot of people out there. I think Rob King might be out there.
That's the guy I'm talking about. Rob King's going to take us through the auction right now. Rob, out to you.
Greg and Bob, thank you very much. And tonight's Pirates Charities auction on Root Sports helps raise money for Miracle League fields through the Pirates Charities organization. And if you don't know a lot about Miracle Leagues, it helps kids who have special needs play this game of baseball we all love. You wouldn't be watching the broadcast right now if you didn't love baseball. And it gives them a safe and organized environment in which to play the game. Now, the Miracle League in our area began in Cranberry in 2009, and one very special young man has been involved in that program since its inception. Paul Alexander has the story of Brendan Allen.
The Miracle League concept was developed back in 2000 to help children with special needs play the game of baseball. There are currently more than 250 Miracle League organizations across the world, and more than 200,000 special needs children and young adults participate in these programs.
That's what you see at all of these fields. Not only the kids getting a chance to get out and play, say, yes, you're welcome, come on out, it's your turn, but to see the relief on the families' faces, to see the whole appreciation of a family when a kid who's been told so many times, you know, you can't play today, this isn't for you, and to turn that around and say, oh no, this one's your turn, we're going to watch, we're going to cheer for you, really is a wonderful experience.
The Miracle League fields are custom designed and are constructed in a way that eliminates any barriers for wheelchair-bound or visually impaired players.
What makes it so unique is all the fields are made from a rubberized surface. And what happens is baseball fields, and being in the baseball business, you guys know this, have always been adjusted, particularly when it comes to youth baseball, based on a child's ability and age. The Miracle League has made that final adjustment. By putting a rubberized surface on the field, the actual baselines are laid in, the bases are laid in, home plate's laid in, so there's absolutely no obstacles. There's no more dirt that's been moved where a child can fall, trip, or even turn over in their wheelchair.
Like the fields, the game itself is also played a special way. Each player bats once each inning, and all batters are safe and score a run before the inning is over. Games are 2 innings long, and each team and each player always wins.
Just to catch the ball and throw the ball and to be out here just somewhere away. You know, a breath of fresh air, a happy place.
That was Stan Savran actually giving you an introduction to the Miracle League fields in case you didn't know much about it. We will have more with the Brendan Allen family featured a little bit later on in tonight's game. And Mike Sherry joins us now. Mike is the president of the Greater Western Pennsylvania Miracle Leagues. And you started with Cranberry in 2009. What got you involved in the Miracle Leagues, first of all, Mike?
Rob, it's great to be here. And, you know, what got us involved in a Miracle League was a little girl at the time, 4 years old, that was diagnosed with autism. And that was my daughter, Jordan. And it was a series of events that inspired my wife and I to sit around the kitchen table and decide that we needed to bring a Miracle League field to Western Pennsylvania. And it was that spring that coaching my son's Little League team, where a parent requested an exception for their son to continue to hit off of the tee. And I asked that question, why should any child need an exception to play the game of baseball? So we're sitting here today 5 years later, fortunately because of the help of Cranberry Township and the residents of this area with the Miracle League baseball field, and we're very blessed to be here.
Mike, we all love the game of baseball. I think a great many of us take it for granted that you just go out and you play ball, and that's what you do. We saw one of the stories earlier, one of the fathers saying his goal with his son, I believe was the Allen families, to take a walk in the woods one day. What is it like to be able, we all love this game. People wouldn't be watching this broadcast if they didn't love baseball. What's it like to be able to supply the opportunity for kids who would normally not be able to play, the chance to play this game?
Well, Brendan is our inspiration. He's the one of hundreds of kids that really were looking for an opportunity to play America's game, and that's baseball. You know, too often we take a lot of our special needs kids for granted. They are looking for opportunities to go out and socialize and be part of the community. But it's truly inspiring to be able to go to a Miracle League field, to sit on the sidelines, to sit on the bleachers and watch the parents, watch the grandparents do something that they normally couldn't do, and that's cheer on their child play the game of baseball. So it's very rewarding. It puts a lot of things in life in perspective. Oftentimes I encourage folks that are having a difficult week to come out to a Miracle League baseball game, to sit down and just watch these kids have a wonderful time playing the game of baseball. But Brendan is truly one of our inspirations and one of the kids that we really work hard to make sure the Miracle League baseball is successful.
We want to remind people that you can call up and bid on the premium items we have. There are 6 of those. We've been talking about those, talked about them throughout the pregame show. You can also find out more information at Pirates.com, or you can call 412-325-4888 to bid on those premium items, or the VIP bags, which start at $125. You can also get one with an autographed jersey of the Pirate of your choice for $550. And the money goes through Pirates charities to benefit the Miracle Leagues that are already in existence and the new one going up in Indiana, Pennsylvania, which is your hometown, Mike. Before we get to that, these Miracle League fields impact so many people. And it's not just the kids who play, it's the families, it's the volunteers, it's the communities. I mean, thousands of people being impacted in a positive way.
Yeah, we often talk about the rippling effect that the Miracle League fields and the Miracle League programs have. You know, and I often tell that a lot of our volunteers, a lot of the buddies that are part of the Miracle League, which we could not exist without them, are high school kids. And these high school kids come out every Saturday, they generously donate their time, and it changes their life. It changes those stereotypes, it breaks down those barriers where at one time maybe that child would walk around a special needs kid in school, and now they come up to him and go, hey, I saw you play the game of baseball. So at times it's about baseball, but the greater picture is it's not about baseball, it's about life. It's about socialization, it's about inclusion, and it's about giving all of our residents an opportunity to play the game of baseball. So we love to use the Miracle League field to not only talk about baseball, but to give opportunities for children and adults with special needs to be, you know, a member of our community and to be, you know, people that can contribute to our community.
And a very large portion of the money tonight that is raised, that you're going to be raising out there through your contributions, through your purchases tonight, are going to be funding a new field in Indiana, Pennsylvania. Your hometown. How cool is that?
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, you can't talk enough about Cranberry and Murraysville and Upper St. Clair and the folks down in Wheeling, but, you know, I got to tell you, it's pretty special now to be able to say we are going to be building a field in my hometown. And to the residents of Indiana and Indiana County, this is your time. You know, call the number on the screen. It's time to set up. Let's get the money raised so we can build a Miracle League ball field in our hometown of Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Oh, fantastic stuff, Mike. Thanks so much. Mike Sherry, the president of the Miracle Leagues of Southwestern Pennsylvania. Thanks, Mike, and congratulations in advance on the field that's going to be going up in Indiana. Stick around. Again, we told you about some of those premium items. We'll have an update on some of the bidding. Again, you can get your bids in 412-325-4888. A rain delay coming up between the Pirates and the A's, but plenty of action coming your way when we return after this.
batting practice jersey from Mark Melanson, a bat sign by Neil Walker, batting gloves from Andrew McCutchen signed, a batting helmet from Garrett Jones, a cap from Pirates All-Star closer Jason Grilli, cleats from Pirates outfielder Travis Snyder, and a lineup card from the July 9th game from Pirates skipper Clint Hurdle, along with some bubble gum. That is item number 6. Call 412-325-4888. The autographed batting gloves from Andrew McCutchen, part of that. And the VIP bags are still available, still has some available, though I'll tell you, they are going fast, Bob. Those are always very, very popular. And we've already sold 1,265 of those VIP bags. Are almost halfway there. The number available. Give us a call at 412-325-4888. Bid on any of those premium items, or pick up yourself one of those bags. And those VIP bags include Andrew McCutchen bobblehead, autographed Pirates baseball, Pirates t-shirt, a Jolly Roger flag or rally towel, Pirates branded cell phone stand, ticket voucher, gift card, and there are some VIP bags at the $550 tag include a signed jersey of your choice. So the VIP bags at $125, or the VIP bags at $550. And again, call at 412-325-4888. Already 1,265 of those VIP bags have been sold. About halfway there. Maybe you're thinking you'd like to get a signed jersey of Garrett Cole. One of those VIP bags, you can do that. The player of your choice will sign that jersey, or perhaps Russell Martin. There's the Pirates battery heading toward the dugout.
Had a long wait to get out there, and I was talking earlier to Rob about this. This had to be a start that he couldn't wait to get back out there after his first loss. Been looking forward to this, and then we saw how disappointed he was when he came back from the bullpen that first time a couple hours ago. You remember how he kind of knocked the bench with his glove a little bit. You could tell he was not happy with the delay, but he's heated up, keeping that valuable right arm warm with the towel. A lot of guys will do that on nights like this when it's humid and you don't really want to put on a jacket, so you just wrap the towel around your pitching arm. I know AJ likes to do that all the time. I don't know if I've ever seen AJ with a jacket on. He always has that towel wrapped around the valuable right elbow.
The weather, if it comes to the grounds crew, management, meteorologists, it's never easy to decide what to do. One thing the Pirates certainly didn't want to have happen is what occurred here June the 30th when Charlie Morton went out and had to be shut down after just 2 innings. That was the game that lasted 14 innings. The Pirates bullpen called into action early and often. They ended up winning that game in the bottom of the 14th, but the forecast, and talking to the meteorologists that are on board here with the Pirates, it looked as though it was going to start raining heavily shortly after 7 o'clock. And, Western Pennsylvania, around this area, it kind of broke up. So it's just never an easy decision. And Frank Cooley, the team president, on the telephone, 412-325-4888. They are busy taking your telephone calls as you bid on those premium items that we saw and Rob King described for you throughout the early delay. And don't forget about those VIP bags. The number to call is 412-325-4888. Bid on the bags or those premium items. The hockey night with Clint and Carla Hurdle. The road trip to Colorado. The Root for Your Pirates commercial and viewing party. You could be a part of your very own Root Sports commercial. The spring training trip. There we are, the current bids. That spring training trip, which includes 2 round-trip airline tickets to Bradenton, Florida, extended weekend accommodations at the Courtyard by Marriott down there, private tour of Pirate City, game tickets to watch the Bucks at McKechnie, $100 in concession coupons at McKechnie, a chance to throw out a first pitch, a fishing trip with Captain Brady and Tim Neverett. That's always fun. A half-day inshore fishing trip. And so start bidding on that. And the Roots commercial. And your chance to star in your very own commercial to debut after the 2013 All-Star break. It'll air a minimum of 40 times throughout the remainder of the regular season. A complimentary DVD, of course, for you and your guest stars. Hosted and recorded at a mutually agreed upon location in the greater Pittsburgh area. Root Sports will host a viewing for you and 14 of your closest friends, family, and Root Sports suite at PNC Park during a regular season game this season. That includes complimentary food and non-alcoholic beverages. So get bidding on that particular item. Item number 3, the Root Sports Root for Your Pirates commercial and viewing party. As the Pirates take the field, and Gerrit Cole making career big league start number 6. And coming off his first loss as a major leaguer. And we'll continue to update those totals thanks to Cassie Jones. The autographed Pirates uniform up to $4,600. Don't forget that softball game at PNC Park, the spring training weekend. We'll continue to update that. And here, the Athletics under Bob Melvin. This lineup features Coco Crisp, Josh Reddick, and Josh Donaldson. Jed Lowry hits cleanup, hitting .314 against righties. Yoenis Cespedes will follow. Then it's John Jaso and Brandon Moss, Eric Sogard, and the pitcher Dan Straley.
Take a look at Cole's numbers, brought to you by Chevrolet. They're, of course, good numbers, 4-1. There is that one loss. Everything else in nice shape. Got the ERA in the 3s, just hanging on in the 3s, but still, that's where it's at. Just 5 walks in almost 30 innings. It's very impressive for any young pitcher.
Defense behind Gerrit Cole. Starling Marte, Andrew McCutchen, Jose Tabata, familiar names there in the outfield. Pedro Alvarez, Clint Barmas on the left side. Jordy Mercer starts at second with Garrett Jones at first and Russell Martin behind the plate. So Jordy Mercer getting the start at second base. Neil Walker goes on the disabled list. And Clint Hurdle said yesterday that if Walker did go on the DL, they would call up a guy like Josh Harrison, who has played very well, and that Harrison could play some second. Might see him in that starting lineup tomorrow against a lefty. And Neil Walker didn't want to, but does go on the disabled list. Discomfort in the side, so he'll have remainder of this week, the weekend. The New York Mets will come to town. Then the All-Star break. You have that opportunity to rest those 4 days. I hope to get Neil Walker back when the Pirates play the Washington Nationals on the road trip that follows the break, starting in Cincinnati. Ready to go. Coco Crisp takes a strike. 94.
Kind of curious to see if Gerrit gets that fastball up there close to triple digits, like we saw the first couple of times he was out there.
There's 95. Last time out against the Phillies, 5 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 3 runs, a walk, struck out 5. Phillies won that game 6-4. Martin wanted it upstairs. It went in. It's 95, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's the line there against the Phillies, the 4th of July. 1-2.
Curveball down in the dirt. Be interesting to hear his comments about maybe watching Cologne pitch last night. Lots of fastballs, pounds the strike zone. It'd be interesting for Cole to see somebody that has great success, a veteran, using his style.
99 miles an hour, and it's lined into left by Coco Crisp.
Just a little slap base hit. Up and away. I mean, that only thing you're going to do with that 99 up and away is you're going to slap it to left field. If you're going to throw the ball with that kind of velocity, and not to second guess, but you want to put that ball in, make it a little tougher to get to with the head of the bat.
Early on, by the way, left-handed hitters are hitting Gerrit Cole at a .345 clip. Righties 246. And here is The left-handed hitting Josh Reddick. That's 96, 2-0. Reddick hitting .222. Here are the splits we just talked about. For his first 5 major league starts. He has fallen behind Reddick 2-0.
There'll be a lot of little adjustments he's going to have to make. I'm sure he'll get this thing, you know, early on after 5 starts with the lefties figured out. He has great stuff. He and Ray will sit down and look at you know, what he has done against lefties as far as where the pitches are, what they've done with him, and they'll come up with a plan.
He has fallen behind 3-0. Taking all the way, and it's a 4-pitch walk. A hit and a walk to start the first inning here.
Take a look at what he has been doing. See the fastball at 96, but they're hitting that 96 at a 322 clip. That's a ton. When you throw the ball in the upper 90s, you shouldn't be getting hit that hard. That's one thing that they need to look at, and I'm sure the majority of that is those lefties. That nice little scouting report on what he throws, what the velocities are.
2 on, no one out. Now a right-hand hitter, third baseman Josh Donaldson, tied for third in the league, hitting .319. Fouls that one off. He has driven in 58 runs. That's tied for 8th most. And he's hit 15 home runs. Russell Martin whacked in the mask. Foul ball. Donaldson was 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly last night. He's hitting .386 with men in scoring position this season for the A's. Boy, Martin got it again. 0-2. Early on, Russell Martin taking a beating. Michael McHenry knows all about that. It's just
you get beat up when you're a catcher. It's just, it happens a couple of times a night where you take a shot somewhere and you just have to live with that. That's part of the job.
Sensitive area below the waist. Just have to time take its course and ready to go. So it's 0-2 on Josh Donaldson. Coco Crisp, the base hit to left, a 4-pitch walk to Reddick. And Donaldson trying to buy him some time.
I think Martin's still hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
And that motion with the hands, that just means he wants to go through the whole set of signs over again.
Yes, he did. Strikeout.
Hoping to see a little bit more of that maybe tonight. Good hard curveball in the dirt. And he gets the check swing, strike 3. You see the hook, the head of the bat going way out in front of home plate. Good call.
Now Jed Lowry, 36 RBIs, switch hitting shortstop.
Another lefty.
Takes a strike. Lowry hit second against the left-hander Jeff Locke last night, but Bob Melvin sits 4 right-hand hitters. Jeff Locke suffered a loss last night. He's 8-2 now on the year. Gave up just 2 runs in 7 innings. Ball to strike on Lowry. He had a couple hits and scored a run last night. He had a 1-out double in the 4th inning, then moved to third on a wild pitch. Close play at third on that wild pitch. And he scored on a sacrifice fly. '97, 2-1 now.
And tried to move that inside. And that's where it's hard to catch up when that velocity is on your hands. The 96, 97, 98, those pitches inside. It's tough to get the head of the bat out to that pitch.
Popped it up. Barmes is out. And they'll call the infield fly. 2 outs. Lowry pops out. And now Cole will face Yoenis Cespedes. Today it was announced he would be the final man in the home run derby for the American League. Robinson Cano names Cespedes final piece of the American League team. Cespedes with 15 homers, 42 runs batted in. 0 for 3 with a walk last night. Ball 1. Now Pedro Alvarez, for some reason, not in it. Bob, you and I were talking during the delay about some of the things that I would like to see happen, and I think might happen. First of all, I think that they'll take away these team captains, take away that right that they have. This ball rolled towards second, and Mercer the toss and a safe call there. A base hit for Cespedes. Mercer came in, tried to glove the glove. An infield single, and the bases are loaded.
It just didn't look like it was happening very quickly. It took a long time, and even after it left the glove, it kind of got hung up right there.
Coco Crisp.
He's watching. There was a little bit of a hesitation. You see the smile on his face. He's thinking, you know, if I hadn't stopped, I'd probably made it. But didn't it look like the ball hung up and the webbing of Mercer's glove didn't come out real clean?
And now they're loaded for John Jaso.
It ended up just kind of hanging there in the air for a moment. That's why Cespedes was able to beat that. 98 definitely has got the good velocity going tonight. Throwing hard.
Ball a strike on Jaso, the left-hand hitting catcher. Derek Norris caught last night. And a strike. 1-2. So Cole gave up a leadoff hit, a walk, and strikes out Donaldson. Gets Lowry to pop up an infield hit for Cespedes, and now he is out in front, 1-2. Got him. Couple of Ks for Cole, and the Athletics leave them loaded. After an hour and 42-minute rain delay, Garrett Cole comes out, puts up a 0, and he's fired up. Bucks come to bat. Talking with Garrett Jones, and Starling Marte will lead off for the Pirates in the bottom of the first inning. Lineups brought to you by Toyota. Starling Marte, then it's Jose Tabata and Andrew McCutchen. Cleanup man for the second straight night is Pedro Alvarez. Last 4 games, 6 for 18, and all 6 of those hits to left field. The other way, Russell Martin follows. Garrett Jones, Jordy Mercer, Clint Barmas, and Garrett Cole.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. You talk about Alvarez going the other way. As you see Straley's numbers on the season. Not too bad, but nothing to be crazy about. He's only given up 62 hits. That's a good number. Opponent batting average is 225. But Alvarez not being shifted on by the A's.
Yeah, of all teams, you'd think that the A's might be shifting him, but
they don't. They play regular, and he hits the ball the other way.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Starling Marte saw his 12-game hitting streak come to an end last night, 0 for 5. 0-2. He's batting .288 with 9 home runs on the year. This is Dan Straley's second straight start since being called back from the minors, and the strikeout of Marte quickly.
Does it with the look like the curveball, Greg. We'll have to watch and see if he has a bigger breaker than that. Fastball, curveball, slider change. So we're opposition hitting .500 off his curveball. Not a good pitch for him.
Fastball taken up high. Michael McHenry checking on Russell Martin. A couple of catchers know all about that. Tabata making his 7th straight start since coming off the disabled list and hitting .429 during this stretch. And ball and 2 strikes to count. Now the Pirate Parrot is calling. Well, actually, Steve Blass is bidding on one of those items.
He's one of the VIP bags because Mr. B is a VIP, that's for sure.
Maybe making arrangements for helping out that spring training trip. They'll both be down there.
But, always a lot of Parrots down there.
Ground ball, shortstop. Lowry gets Tabata. This play by Jed Lowry.
.360 spin. Got to be pretty quick with the ball. The reason being is that Tabata might just get as many infield hits as anybody you see. A real quick first step getting out of the box and puts a lot of pressure on the infielders.
Here is Andrew McCutchen, 10-game hitting streak. Broken bat, roller to Lowry. So for Dan Straley, a quick 1-2-3 inning. Making his 14th start of the year. One rookie will give way to another.
never thought that they would play baseball before. It gives every child a chance to play. Parents who never thought that these kids would be playing baseball are seeing it now on a weekly basis.
And that's where your money's going tonight, to help Pirates charities and their cause, the Miracle League fields all around Western Pennsylvania, the new one going up in Indiana, Pennsylvania. We have the big board behind us here. Cassie Jones has been nice enough to be updating us all night long on these items that you can bid upon by calling 412-325-4888 or going to pirates.com. We also have the VIP bags. 1,478 of them have already been sold. So about halfway home, your chance to buy one of those VIP bags. Again, you can call 412-325-4888 or go to pirates.com. Greg and Bob?
All right, Rob, thanks. We'll keep checking back on those totals. And again, the VIP bags, as Rob said, about halfway there. Just starting here. Inning number 2 after the 1 hour 42-minute rain delay. This pitch is taken high by Brandon Moss against Garrett Cole. Moss back in Pittsburgh. Spent parts of 3 years with the Pirates. 1 ball and 1 strike. Involved in that big 3-team deal where Manny Ramirez went to the Dodgers from Boston. Pirates sent Jason Bay to Boston, got a handful of players including Moss, and now it's 1 and 2. 8th round pick of the Red Sox in 2002. 2 years ago, spent just about the entire season playing AAA ball for the Phillies. And then last year, as he strikes out on the 98-mile-per-hour fastball, 3 Ks for Cole. Well, 7 batters into the game.
Seeing more strikeouts, aren't we? Something that a lot of people are asking questions about. How come you're not seeing strikeouts from Garrett Cole? That says great stuff. Well, you know, it takes a little time to get it figured out as far as getting the strikeouts. And I think Garrett has really started out the correct way, keeping it very simple and just making sure that he doesn't beat himself, that he throws strikes. And obviously it's worked out great for him to this point.
Strike called on Eric Sogard, another platoon player, left-handed batter. Down ball right side, Mercer to his right, backhand play and on to first, and a pretty play by Jordy Mercer. 2 away. Brings up Dan Straley. We talked about the VIP bags that are available. A couple of options for you. The $125 VIP bags featuring the McCutchen bobblehead, the autographed Pirates baseball t-shirt, a Jolly Roger flag or rally towel, and more. And the VIP bags, $550, get a player to autograph your jersey, your choice. And they're still available, but a limited number available. So make sure you call that number on your screen, 412-325-4888. 412-325-4888. All proceeds benefit Pirates charities and the Miracle League programs. We're going to break ground in the new one in Indiana, PA soon. An announcement was made last week in Indiana. And strike 3. A couple more punch outs. He takes care of his mound opponent. 4 Ks. First time through the lineup. Let's check out an update back. Cassie Jones, Garrett's wife, the Root commercial and party. We talked about what a great item that is, and we have updated that to $2,200. So get your bids in on that Root Sports commercial, and you and friends could star in your Bob, you and I and Tim, John and Steve, we should do that. Star in our own. What do you think?
Yeah, we're never on TV. We need to do that more
Now, it is fun. We've talked to guys that have been involved in those commercials and have been on that. It's a lot of fun. And Root Sports will work it out in a mutually agreeable location and have a viewing party right here at the ballpark. It's a lot of fun. Join us on Root Sports, man.
It would be very special,
right?
For anybody to get involved with. That's for sure. You get to get out there and get on TV. Just like us.
Pedro Alvarez will step in, and it's Russell Martin and Garrett Jones, the bottom of the second. So again, root for your Pirates commercial and viewing party. Debuts after the All-Star break this year, and it will air a minimum of 40 times. He always wanted to be on TV and be a star here on Root Sports. 412-325-4888. David Price tweeted his college teammate at Vandy, no Pedro Alvarez for home run derby, and he's from New York. Harper is unreal, but with 12, really? And this ball drilled to center field, back and way gone, off the Green Monster. Take that, David Wright, says Pedro Alvarez. A monster shot.
That's the way to answer right there. You do it with your bat. It's not that, the home run derby really not a whole lot to do with, hitting home runs in a game. It's batting practice. But, I mean, come on. It's all about the fans. It's about tape measure shots. That's the guy right there.
Well, there's so many reasons why he should be there over. No disrespect to Bryce Harper and Michael Kadire, but the end of that tweet from David Price was, I love Bryce, but Pedro deserves it. Hashtag, what a joke. This ball bounced to second. Now, Bryce Harper has missed a month this season. Rookie last year hit, 20 homers. Michael Kadire in 10 years has had 130 homer season. That was about 4 years ago. And Pedro Alvarez hails from New York. It's his hometown. It would have been a tremendous story. And now you have two Colorado Rockies in the home run derby. It makes no sense.
I don't think it really matters about what guys are hitting. Whether somebody has been hurt or I don't want to argue with you, Greg, but. Well, what I want him there, and he deserves to be there for a lot of other reasons besides that.
Well, I say there are a ton of reasons.
Fans. This is for the fans. It is to put on a show. That's what it is. It's a show. That's all the home run derby is. And Pedro is a natural. He is an absolute natural. There's nobody in the league that hits home runs further than Pedro Alvarez, especially in batting practice. I mean, my gosh, we've seen him just. You come out here and you sit up here in the booth and you watch him do this. Pitch after pitch after pitch in batting practice.
Well, like I said earlier, I think baseball's going to take away this thing where they got the captains. It's ridiculous. David Wright picks a buddy of his from his childhood, Chesapeake, Virginia, Michael Kadire, because he admits it. He's a friend.
I mean, that is just amazing. And I said this last night on the radio. Mets are coming in town, folks. If you don't like it, make your voices heard.
They already showed last night they're going to do that. Last night the announcement was made on the scoreboard and they went crazy. David Wright's in for.
But I don't want it to be like
not mean.
I don't want but
let him know it
when he comes to the plate. If you like the decision, stand up and cheer. If not, then don't cheer. If you know what I mean. But. It is absolutely. I was so glad that he was going to the All-Star game. Because for me, it was a slam dunk for him to be in the. It's his hometown.
Baseball blew this one badly.
He's one of the premier home run hitters he's going to be for a long time.
And frankly, I know who are we to say this, but I would think that Michael Kadire should say thank you, David Wright, but I'm going to step aside and let this guy, it's crazy that he's not in the home run derby. It's crazy. Baseball makes certain that they have one player from each team represented in the All-Star game. In this little home run derby, they have 2 players from the Rockies. That's a shot, and what a play by Sogard to rob Garrett Jones.
And here's my final thing on it. I know you agree with this because we talked about this. This thing is definite. If anything is for the fans, it's a home run derby. So why aren't the fans deciding who they want to see?
You want the fans to vote for something, have the fans vote for the home run derby teams.
And you have your list of, say, the top 20 vote getters. You start with the guy at the top. Do you want to be involved? Yes or no? And when you get your 4 or your 6 or however many you're going to want, then that's it. Okay. And then you have the home run derby, and it's the guys the fans want to see. That's what it should be.
I'll be surprised if between now and Tuesday that the commissioner in baseball doesn't find a way to get Pedro Alvarez in this home run derby. It's ridiculous.
Nobody has told me why Wright gets to pick anyway. I don't understand it.
David Wright and Robinson Cano. They're the captains of the team. They were named it last year. They named captains of the team. They named the players. I don't like it. I agree with you.
But I understand they're captains. Yeah. But no one has told me why they have the right to decide.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, being captains, what does that mean?
Yeah, that means you can go for bringing your own home run derby
they're
team.
Captains of a. Can they marry people? They're captains.
By the way, did you see David Price's second tweet there about who should choose?
Well, that makes as much sense as making captains.
He says we give up the home runs, right?
It's ridiculous.
Like I said, I'll be surprised if baseball needs to fix this one. It's crazy.
Okay, here's another question.
In fact,
why is Wright a captain? Who made him captain?
Here's that tweet.
That's a question. Why is he captain?
That's a great question.
Why is David Wright the captain?
Great question.
The Parrot should be the captain.
There you go.
That would make as much sense.
The Parrot and Mr. Met.
They should be the captains.
Rolled to third. An 0-2 pitch. Well, we said our piece, and he said his piece with his bat, didn't he? The day after he was snubbed, he hits this tape measure shot off the green background.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Barrel Automotive. We're driven to be better. And by Levin Furniture and the all-new Levin Mattress Stores. For a great deal on a new bed, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
1-0 Pirates, and Pedro Alvarez, now one of just 3 different Pirates with at least 23 home runs by the All-Star break. He joins Willie Stargell and Ralph Kiner.
Decent company.
Stargell and Kiner. Kiner did it 3 times. Stargell did it twice, 1971, 1973. Now Alvarez. Ground ball to second. Crisp is retired. Pedro Alvarez gives Gerrit Cole a 1-0 lead. He has struck out 4. Alvarez's 23rd home run of the year, and now with 58 runs batted in. He homers more times per at bat than any player in the National League. Best ratio. Coming into this game, a home run every 13 at bats.
No, I didn't get to make the trip to New York. Greg, did they print out these stat sheets there too? I just wonder.
Good question.
I'm thinking maybe they don't.
Maybe they don't. Maybe David Wright didn't see the stat sheet. And David Wright's a great guy and means well, but I mean, they gave him the opportunity to pick whoever he wanted, and that's what he did when it's not right. No pun intended. Josh Reddick, 1-2. Walked in the first on 4 pitches. Broken bat. An easy play for Pedro to his left. 2 down. Josh Donaldson. Cole looks like he really means business. Bob, you said he was going to be a determined pitcher after suffering his first loss. So A's, look out.
And you're seeing that strong velocity from him early. I mean, that's something that I don't think we saw all that much of in his last start. And the velocity is always there with him, but not like those first couple of starts. Tonight, a lot of pitches from 95 and up.
Backs up on the final hop, guns it across to first, and 1, 2, 3 go the Athletics.
The All-Star with a home run to give the Pirates a 1-0 lead. A tape measure shot off the center field batter's eye. As we welcome you back to the Pirates Charities auction here on Root Sports at the Rivertown Brewery Hall of Fame Club, and we're with Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting. And Bob, pretty exciting there to see Pedro Alvarez hit that home run, and a very exciting year for the Pirates so far.
Absolutely fantastic. I think we're so proud of what the whole team's gotten done. Pedro, All-Star this year, to hit that home run. And the whole team playing together, the energy level, the excitement, they like each other. It's been a wonderful first half of the season.
Obviously, the Pirates Charities auction here on Root Sports, raising money for Pirates Charities, and by extension, a lot of the Miracle League fields, the new one going up in Indiana, Pennsylvania, and the 6 existing fields, the 5 around our region, 1 in Florida, all benefiting from that. Why the marriage between Pirates Charities and these Miracle League fields?
Yeah, it really has been a fantastic partnership, and what we have tried to do with Pirates Charities are find great community organizations that can help bring a community together around a program, and the Miracle League touches so many families and gives these kids that we've been seeing all night long an opportunity to get out and play, an opportunity to participate and do something that so many of us take for granted every day. It gives us all a chance to celebrate what they can do, what their capabilities are, instead of looking at their limitations. So it's a program we're proud of.
And it's a great game of baseball, as you said, a chance for kids who normally wouldn't have a chance to play. And also, we've talked about this a little bit, but the sort of ripple effect, not just the kids, not just their families, but the communities benefit from having these Miracle Leagues as well.
Absolutely, giving everybody an opportunity to come together, the buddies, the families, the communities. We believe all of them benefit, and that's one of the wonderful parts.
And you've been able to raise so much money, and I know that, obviously Pirates Charities is the donating arm to that, but the fans, pitching in and buying the VIP bags and bidding on the premium items we have here, I mean, that's fuels it, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Nothing we could do, whether it's on the field at the ballpark or through Pirates Charities, happens without the fans. Tonight is one of the really humbling days of the year for me, because so many people step up to give great support to Pirates Charities, to the programs we support. It really is it's a special time, and we could not do it without the tremendous support that we get from the fans every day.
So it's Pirates Charities and Pirates Charities shining, but also Pirates fans shining on this night and with their contributions through Pirates Charities.
Absolutely. They're the ones who really make the whole process run and what keeps us focused.
Oh, it's great stuff. And Bob, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it as always.
And Rob, thank you, and thanks to Root Sports for all you're doing for this program to help us reach out into the community, help shine a bright light on some programs that deserve our support. Thanks for helping us be effective. Appreciate it, Rob.
We're very honored to be a small part of what's going on here. Let's go now back to Greg and Bob. Guys.
All right, thank you, Rob and Bob, as this pitch is taken in the dirt. A couple of strikeouts for Dan Straley. With the Bucks leading 1-0. He struck out Marte in the bottom of the first. 3 punch-outs now for the rookie Straley. This is his 21st Major League start. That ball hammered toward left. Cespedes. Nice play it in front. And it's a 2-out single for Starling Marte, who is likely to be on the move again. John Jaso has struggled throwing out runners this season. Look at the stolen base leaderboard. It's brought to you by Red 2. The Major League leaders, Jacoby Ellsbury of the Red Sox with 36. Everett Cabrera of the Padres with 31. And then Starling Marte and Gene Segura of the Brewers tied 27. There's Nate McLeod behind those two gentlemen. Jaso has thrown out 4 in 28 tries. Against Straley this season, 9 steals in 12 attempts. Marte with 27 stolen bases, caught 9 times. They figure he's going to run. 4 All-Stars. Pretty cool. On the route.
Give it some thought. I like it a lot. They should have a base stealing competition there.
I think that they should do all kinds of competition. Double play combination, the best catcher's throws, the outfielders. Fastest man competition. It's fun to see Starling Marte.
No throwing
competition, yeah, from the outfield.
Well, there's another thing too about the competition. So, Greg, I think they should be just amongst the All-Stars. If you're not on an All-Star team, you shouldn't be there. That's my personal opinion.
Good point.
Personal opinion.
Good point.
The competition, if they ever have that skills competition, should be the All-Stars.
Marte went and then shut it down, and then it was fouled off.
He's looking over there toward the dirt, as always. He's gonna... It's that right foot, I think, Greg, that usually gets him. The push off with the right foot. If it doesn't feel right, if he feels it slip, he's not going. Really a big lead. He's going now.
Pitch out. Little hesitation and an easy steal. Jaso hesitated. Took a long time. Stolen base number 28 for Starling Marte.
It was a poor throw, too. It's on the shortstop side. And on a pitch out, you're out there in good shape. You should be able to get an accurate throw out. Sogard had to catch it way off to his right, try to bring it back. Did a little spin trying to get the tag back down. Way too late.
Now here's a situation now with the man in scoring position and 2 outs, and it's Tabata at the plate. These are the situations the Pirates are watching very carefully with their right fielder. And he goes down swinging. He strikes out the side. 4 punch outs for Straley. 1-0 Pirates.
From it, not only the camaraderie of the team aspect of it, but that there are opportunities for them everywhere. And there's people along the way that can help them out. It's amazing.
It really is amazing. It's a miracle, as they say, a miracle league. And there's a fan that bought a Root Sports VIP bag. We have inside the T-shirt. We have the bobblehead. We got the autographed baseball. And Cassie Jones can update the hockey night with the hurdles. Oh, good.
Oh, I like it when that number goes down. That's a good sign.
Very clever on her part, by the way. Oh, nice. $5 grand. Keep it coming. 412-325-4888. Get them busy. Jed Lowry at the plate. The Pirates have been instrumental in putting up Miracle League fields in Cranberry, the South Hills, Murraysville, Wheeling, West Virginia, Altoona, even down in Bradenton. All hit in the air, and Marte is over and runs out of room.
Got there in time, though. That would have been catchable.
The attempt and the drop in the HH camp. We were talking last night about the defensive metrics that are out there, and statistics show that the Pirates do about as good a job as any team in baseball at turning balls put in play into outs. And a lot of that has to do with Marte and McCutchen. A lot of singles and even doubles are turned into outs. right to the shortstop, and a lot of it has to do with defensive positioning.
You know, I think a lot of it has to do too with the pitching.
Oh yeah.
You know, the pitchers are taking the sting out of things.
That's right.
When balls are hit softly, guys make plays on them. So, I mean, the pitchers have to. I guess I'm sounding like I'm standing up for my pitchers, but
you are.
No, seriously. I mean, you know, if you're giving up bullets all over the place, how many plays are you going to make?
Right.
But if you're taking the sting out of the ball, little jam shots off the end of the bat, lazy flies, you're going to get a lot of outs. Not a lot of those are going to go for base hits.
Ball one on Cespedes. Bob talking about we would like to see an all-star competition down the road. And only all-stars should be invited to participate. Cespedes not an all-star, but he will be in the home run derby for the American League. Play goes 5-3. Now John Jaso to the plate. Time for the whiff, brought to you by Head & Shoulders, now with Old Spice.
This is a very big moment of this ball game. Bases were loaded. Cole decided that it had gone far enough. He went to the whip, went to the big fastball, and was fired up.
First pitch strike. And John Jaso. Close. Just below the knees, 1-1. Wally Bell calling balls and strikes tonight. Right there. Cole has struck out 4. He's retired 9 in a row since the Cespedes infield single in the first. A shift on.
Both hits he's given up tonight have been nothing hits.
Yeah.
A little
slap to left.
Slap single the other way, and the infield hit. Chopper.
'99. Still 2-2.
One of the auxiliary scoreboards took a little hit. Spreads it around. I mean, look at that. 18, 16, 17. He's a spray hitter.
Another fastball, this time 98, fouled away by John Jaso. John Jaso involved in a trade, the former Tampa Bay Ray last year with Seattle. Involved in a trade with the Mariners and the Washington Nationals. 3-2 the count on John Jaso. 3-team deal. Brandon Moss on deck. And that's a fair ball inside the third base bag. Marte will get it off the curve. He's got a chance to throw him out, but it's off the mark and it's cut off.
Would have had him easy. Bad throw. Would have had him no problem. Got to be on the target. All that velocity from the big arm doesn't mean anything when it's not to the base. Comes up firing, got a shot at it. He would have been out easy. You can see where he was when the ball is caught.
And now Brandon Moss sends one into right field deep, and a 2-run homer for Brandon Moss gives the Athletics a 2-1 lead in the fourth. Moss's 16th. The former Pirate, Brandon Moss.
In the game of baseball, I think this might be something I talk about more than anything else. How little plays can have such a big effect on a ball game. Fastball. No, it wasn't a fastball. 87. Change up maybe. Bad spot right down the middle, bell high, whatever pitch it was. It was straight. But there was an out to be had. The third out of the inning was easily right there.
Yeah.
Just an accurate throw somewhere on the back, and Marte couldn't make it.
This is the double. Jaso hit Cole's reaction, can't believe it, just inside the third base bag. One ball, 2 strikes. Two and 2 the count on Sogard. 2-run homer for Moss. Sogard fouls it out of play. The second home run allowed by Garrett Cole. This is his 6th major league start. For Brandon Moss, it is his 16th of the year. He's among the American League leaders in home run ratio. Homers every 17 at bats. And that's slapped toward left. That'll be out of play. Sogard bounced out to Jordy Mercer in the second. Cole had retired 9 straight, then gave up that double inside the third base bag to Jaso, and then immediately Moss homers over the Clemente wall. And that's popped up. Shortstop Barmes. Final out, but a double and a homer. And now the Athletics lead the Bucks 2-1. To the bottom of the 4th inning is Brandon Moss. It's his 16th home run of the year off of Garrett Cole, following a John Jaso double. And the Pirates back to work. It's McCutchen, Alvarez, and Martin. McCutchen a broken bat ground out in the first. And the breaking ball in there. 0-1. Straley misses high with a fastball, 24 years old. Straley, a 24th round pick in 2009 out of Marshall University in West Virginia. Two and 1 on McCutchen. Last time out, Straley combined with Ryan Cook and Grant Belfort, a 2-hit the Cubs. He was sent down after a couple of starts where he didn't get out of the 5th inning against the Texas Rangers June 17th. He gave up 6 runs in 4 2/3. His next start in Seattle, a couple of runs, 6 hits, 3 1/3. And he walks McCutchen to lead off the 4th, and it brings up Alvarez.
That's kind of a little beginner mistake right there. See what the crowd does with Pedro.
Alvarez homered to dead center in the 2nd. His 23rd. Now a 7-game hitting streak for him. That's 7 home runs allowed by Straley, and this is his 14th start. He's given up 18 home runs in his first 21 major league starts.
Well, they certainly didn't want Straley to end up walking the leadoff hitter in front of Alvarez, as hot as he has been, after they've taken the 2-run lead. But that's what he's done. Did not throw a strike.
Kelly's watching. Kelly Alvarez watching her husband Pedro. She's out there working in the Rivertown Brewing Company Hall of Fame Club, the Pirates Charities Root Sports Auction.
You always want to be very aware of your situation as far as the lineup coming up to you, who's on deck. And that means a lot when you're deciding what type of pitch to throw and how much of the strike zone you're going to go for. And I think right now you got to be very careful pitching to the guys in front of Pedro, because he's liable to do this to you. Now this was just a solo home run. You do him a favor, put a couple guys on board, and that one swing can not only get a run for you, but you can lose the game because you've set the table for Pedro yourself.
Alvarez was put in the number 4 spot yesterday. He had hit cleanup opening day this year, then in the 2nd game of the season against the Cubs, then again in game 4. And Clint Hurdle felt that the time was right to put him back in the cleanup spot last night. This one out of play. Asking Clint Hurdle if it is going to be permanent. Alvarez hits cleanup. He said no, not immediately. In fact, against lefties, for the time being, he's going to have Russell Martin hit cleanup. And the Pirates will see left-hander Tommy Malone tomorrow night against Pirates left-hander Francisco Liriano. To get some protection for Andrew McCutchen was one of those reasons. As Straley comes back and strikes out Alvarez. 5th K. Let's go back to the tote board. Figure out maybe a new total for the Root Sports commercial. The Root for Your Pirates commercial and viewing party. It's up to $2,600. Again, that is an opportunity for you and your friends to have a 2013 30-second commercial produced, shown a minimum of 40 times following this year's All-Star break. You, of course, along with your guest stars, will get a complimentary DVD. And there will be a viewing party right here at PNC Park for you and 14 of your closest friends during a game this season. Number on your screen, 412-325-4888. Don't be left out. Star in your very own commercial. Want to know on Martin? That is a double play ball. So Straley, leadoff walk, but then gets Alvarez to strike out Martin into the DP. It's 2-1 Oakland.
have in the minor leagues. And I am here with another young man who shows the amount of depth that the Pirates have. This is Nick Kingham, and he's currently a pitcher for the Altoona Curve. One guy in short order you're going to see here wearing a Pirates uniform and pitching at PNC Park. Eastern League All-Star break for you guys. Nick, when you come here, you spend the day with the Pirates, you see the clubhouse, you see the food, you see the crowds. What does this do for you in terms of motivation?
It just makes us want to get here so much faster. You know, it makes us want to work hard and kind of just do the best we can just to get up here as soon as we can and start contributing to what we're doing up here.
Garrett Cole, we know, has had rung up quite a few strikeouts tonight and has strikeout stuff. You're third in the Pirate system in strikeouts. What can we see in terms of upside for future Pirate fans that are going to watch you in the future?
Oh, I feel like, you know, everybody coming through is just doing what they do best, so whether it be striking people out or getting ground balls, and we're just out there doing what we know how to do, and we try to contribute as much as we can.
You pitched with Jameson Taillon. He had a great outing on Sunday, and, of course, the crazy ball that landed in the cup holder that you guys are still talking about here. But Jameson Taillon, what's encouraging that you've seen from him this season?
He has the best stuff I've ever seen. He can command a fastball, throw a curveball, change up anytime, any count, whenever he wants. It's really good. I kind of watch him and kind of get some things from him to try to use him in my arsenal to help make me better. So he's definitely almost like a role model to look up to because he's been up here all year so far.
Well, Nick, best of luck to you, and we can't wait till we see you here in a Pirates uniform at PNC, all right?
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, there's Nick Kingham. Get used to this. Remember this young man's name. You'll see him soon enough. Greg, a fourth-round pick back in 2010.
6'5", 229 pounds. Nick Kingham. Thank you, Robbie. As Nick Kingham, one of the numbers you saw you had to like, 26 innings, 6 walks for Nick Kingham. Good work at Altoona. Third in the Pirates minor league system in strikeouts.
It's always one of the first things that you look for when the young guys. How do they command their pitches? Are they throwing the ball over the plate? Do they do it with more than one pitch?
The pitcher, Dan Straley, in his second professional at bat, walks on 4 pitches. Garrett Cole took care of him routinely in the second. Here walks him on 4 pitches to start the 5th. Batter Coco Crisp.
Garrett not really holding him on at first base. He is off the bag quite a bit. You can see that shot before of the dugout. Jeff Bannister was kind of making a hand signal out that direction. That's what he was trying to get Garrett Jones to get off the bag a little bit. There you can see exactly what he wants him to do. You're still in line for a pickoff throw, but you're far enough off the bag that you got a little bit of range to your right.
What was that signal?
Like he's trying to loosen up his shoulder.
Oh.
I don't know what that one was about. Oh, well, Garrett liked it, whatever that was.
Garrett had seen that one before. 1-2 on Coco Crisp.
I guess they wanted him behind the runner. Maybe that's what that signal was.
The airplane turn by Jeff Bannister is to back off.
With 2 strikes, I think that's probably one of them move back. Coco's not going to lay down a bunt with 2 strikes.
Bounce towards second, could be 2. Crisp runs very well. That's a routine double play. That cleans that up nicely.
Yeah, it was nice, firm ground ball and a couple of quick exchanges. That didn't, spend a lot of time in either player's glove.
A couple of shortstops there, right up the middle.
Mercer real quick. Barmas got it on to first. Gets it on the way to first. Almost as quick as Mercer gave it to him. That was pretty, wasn't it?
Yes, it really was. Really clean.
That's like watching them take infield. That's how they do it. It's a nice ground ball that's going to be hit right to him. Got a little something on it, so it gets there fast.
2-0 on Reddick. He's walked and had a broken bat liner to third. Now Cole falls behind him, 3-0. up. Marte. That'll do it. Leadoff walk, DP, fly out, halfway through it. Oakland leads Pittsburgh 2-1. Park. Item number 5 is the family reunion softball game and picnic right on the field at PNC Park. You can bid on this. You and 30 of your family members, your friends, your co-workers, clients, employees have the chance to have a picnic right on the field at PNC Park, plus play a softball game in the outfield following the conclusion of a Pirates regular season game. The package includes ballpark food and beverages for 30 people, 30 replica Pirates caps, commemorative group photo, a visit by the Pirate Parrot, a welcome on the scoreboard, chance for one of your guests to serve as the PA announcer, either from the announcer's booth right here at PNC Park or on the field. And you got to redeem it September 23rd, October 19th. And if the Pirates are involved in postseason play, those dates will be adjusted, of course. But call on that particular item. Number 5, the family reunion softball game and picnic on the field at PNC Park.
In between playoff games.
High fly ball by Garrett Jones to right on the 2-0 pitch.
That one was up there.
Well, Garrett flies to right. His wife Cassie is going to update our total here. She's saying let's go Bucks. All right, that's fine. That's fair. But let's get her to update that number of the softball game and PNC Park picnic. Garrett Jones just got under that one. Almost tied the game. 412-325-4888. 412-325-4888 to bid on any of those premium items or pick up one of those VIP bags. Still available. Ball one on Jordy Mercer. Mercer grounded out his first time up. Getting the start at second base. Neil Walker placed on the disabled list tonight. Josh Harrison up from AAA. Those VIP bags that are available, you see on your screen. 2 different types of VIP bags. Those VIP bags include the Andrew McCutchen bobblehead. 2 outs. Autographed Pirates baseball, a Pirates t-shirt, the Jolly Roger flag or rally towel, cell phone stand, ticket voucher. And some of the folks who've gotten some of those bags are tweeting, just purchased my Pirates Charities VIP bag. Feels good to help with such a great cause. Just did my good deed of the day. Donated $125 to Pirates Charities, getting a sweet bag full of stuff just bought my VIP bag from the auction tonight. Can't wait for my Kutch bobblehead.
Well, the stuff in the bag's just a bonus. The fact that your money goes for such a great cause, that's the real reward.
Again, 2 types of bags available. Those VIP, the regular bags, all those items. That's the $125 bag, and then the VIP plus bags. Those include the signed jersey. Your choice. Clint Barmas takes its 3-0 with 2 outs. Nobody on. VIP bags 412-325-4888. A 4-pitch walk to Barmas.
Root Sports, I would bid on a Greg Brown scorecard for the auction. Well, how much do they cost, Chris?
You're more than welcome to bid on that.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
That's a nice clean one.
That's a nice clean. I know.
That one.
I know. Yeah, you want the.
Go back to
one that's all the stuff on it.
Yeah, one that's like really
junk,
really messed up.
A lot of.
There's a good one.
That's a good messed up one.
Yep, that's got writing all over.
All kinds of junk on it.
The bad part about it, if you get a Greg Brown scorecard,
you have no idea what it says.
Yeah, because it's not in any kind of language that you'll ever see.
Right.
It looks like it's probably in English, but I don't know what you write in.
I don't either, oftentimes. All right.
What was all this stuff? There's like a ton of whiteout on this one.
Well,
also.
that was those are the dreaded late lineup changes before a ball game. Somebody gets scratched, so you got to go with the whiteout.
Here, we'll put it up there so you can see that. Yeah, there's different colors in ink too, if you notice on Greg's, and that's for the different pitchers that come into the ball game. And like right here, he had the starter was in blue, then he went to red, and then he ended up in black. 3 pitchers, 3 different colors of ink.
Okay, that's that.
There it is. The starter's in blue. Next guy's in red, then black. If a 4th pitcher came into the game, he would have probably went with green. That's one of his favorite ones.
You are classic. Green. You know that.
You got a green pen over there. I know,
but the fact that you even know that is hilarious. And I'm going to show you. You can bid on Bob Walk's scorecard too, not just mine. I'm going to let you bid on Bob's. You can bid on mine and Bob's, and you can get mine or Bob. That's Bob's. Nice and clean, nothing on it.
Now, Greg, you'll and I actually yesterday. Oh, got an update.
All right, on the autographed Pirates uniform up to $4,800. All right.
Very nice.
Garrett Cole down on strikes. Pirates leave a man. And through 5 innings, it is 2-1 Oakland.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by 5-Hour Energy Shots and by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks.
And this day in Pirates history, on this day in 1971, it's actually baseball history. The Oakland A's beat the Angels 1-0 in 20 innings. Longest shutout in American League history. Vida Blue struck out 17 in 11 innings. Both teams combined for 43 strikeouts. Major League record. Thanks to Day Automotive, we're going to make your day. You probably remembered that one. You were growing up an Angels fan.
Oh, I actually kind of I liked the A's also a little bit. They were kind of they were not they were a very colorful crew up there in Oakland at that time, and Vida Blue was a huge star back then, obviously. How about him pitching 11 innings in the middle of July? I'll never see that again.
Jeez, no way. How about that?
Looks like Catfish Hunter.
Now to short. Donaldson is retired. One down in the 6th.
One of the California Angel Oakland A games I can remember back then, Greg, was when Campy Campaneris played all 9 positions in a 9-inning game. I remember watching that one.
Bert Campaneris, longtime A's shortstop.
I can remember, and at the time I didn't think anything of it, but now that I've been doing this for a while.
Ball line to right, a base hit by Lowry. Let's go to Rob King.
Guys, thanks very much. 1,868 bags have been sold, but there are more available. $125 for the VIP bags. $125 gets you this one. All kinds of great items. $550 gets you this bag, plus the other stuff that's inside, and an autographed jersey of your choice of any of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And again, as you guys mentioned, Bob and Greg heard you talking about it, all for a worthwhile cause, a great cause tonight. So we invite you to continue to call at 412-325-4888 or visit pirates.com.
All right, Rob, thanks very much. 412-325-4888. Ground ball left side. Backhand. Barmes, what a play that was on the first. What a double play. Started by Clint Barmes. That was fabulous. Barmes to Mercer to Jones. Slick looking DP. Two-one Athletics go to the bottom of the 6th inning. How about this double play Barmes started?
This was outstanding. Just another one of those where it just doesn't spend much time in the leather of either glove. And of course, Barmes going to his backhand. He's got the toughest job. Look how quick he gets the ball out and on its way. Mercer, the perfect turn. A great job.
Yoenis Cespedes Bounces into the double play. The Pirates still down a run as Marte tries to bunt for a hit, misses. Third time around now against Straley so far this season. First time around they're hitting 191 against him. Second time 234. And then the third time around 271 against Straley. This is the third time. Pirates have just 2 hits. Marte has 1. Alvarez the other. That was the home run in the second. Oh, not close on that breaking ball. Marte upset with himself. Straley strikes him out. 7 Ks. Dan Straley.
Got a pretty good hook. Throws it hard. 84 miles an hour. I can't believe that this is the hook that guys are hitting 500 off of coming into tonight.
Yeah, this is his second straight start since being promoted from Sacramento.
I mean, it's kind of a flat sweeper, but it's got such good velocity to it. Do you think that that's a... Well, no, because there's the slider at 89. They look the same as far as the way they're breaking. Got to look at the velocities up top. Tell them apart.
2-0 on deck McCutchen. Tabata 0 for 2. One. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Garrett Cole gave up a 2-run homer to Brandon Moss with 2 outs in the 4th inning. That's why he and the Pirates are trailing. Bucks with just 2 hits against Straley here. Check swing foul. 5 days ago, Straley went 7, gave up 1 hit against the Cubs. (3-1), 1.46 ERA at AAA Sacramento. Full count.
Goes back to a couple innings ago when he walked McCutchen in front of Alvarez. He doesn't want to do that right now with Tabata.
Just got a piece.
So you have McCutchen and Alvarez both coming up. You don't want to set the table for those two. I think whatever he decides to throw pitch-wise, he badly wants to not be too fine with it. He needs to throw a strike. And of course, Tabata has to be aware of that, thinking, okay, he's got to come at me with something. He doesn't want to walk me. Well, he took a chance there. That ball was out of the strike zone.
Update here. Hockey night with the Hurdles. Big number. Yes.
Oh, that jumped 1,000.
Nice.
1 call.
Cassie Jones, Garrett's wife, going to update the number on that softball game at PNC Park. As Tabata. The fly ball. Right fielder got it. 2 outs. So the hockey night with the Hurdles now at 6,000. Spring training weekend at 3,900. The softball game at PNC Park $3,200.
It's like the hockey night and the trip to Denver are going to be battling it out for supremacy.
And the Root commercial. Lead. Great deal of that Root commercial. You and 30 of your friends, family members, clients participate in an actual commercial as this ball is sent deep to left field. Back is Cespedes at the wall. And 1, 2, 3 go the Pirates. Dan Straley has allowed 1 run on 2 hits, 2-1 A's.
Authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
2-1 ball game in favor of Oakland, and they're on the phone, including Patty Mystic there in the front row. Behind her, Frank Cooley, the team president. Many folks from the Pirates. And Cassie Jones, Garrett's wife, can update that softball game and picnic. $4,000. Frank Cooley will be joining us shortly. We'll talk more about it. And the Pirates' road trip to Colorado. Now it's $7,100 at 2 round-trip airline tickets. Pirates will be taking on the Rockies August 9th through the 11th. Overnight accommodations, 3 nights at the Pirates Team Hotel, Westin Denver downtown. 2 game tickets for each game. Chance to be on the field at Coors to watch the Pirates take batting practice for a game. John Jaso doubled just inside the third base bag with 2 outs in the 4th inning. That preceded the Brandon Moss home run. Two of 5 hits for Oakland.
Seventh inning at just 81 pitches. And remember how many had to throw in that first? There's a lot of good things to like about that young man right there, the way he goes about his business and pitches.
Fly ball to right. Tabata. One up, one down. Not happy with that pitch, Bob.
No, not happy with the location. It was right down the middle. And in his mind, he thought, well, okay, I got away with it. If that's in a gap, might get caught, might not. If it's down a line, it certainly is not going to get caught. So it was a good result, but you could tell by Cole's reaction, he knew it really wasn't a good pitch, though. You know, and after a while, at this level, he'll realize that you're going to get away with some bad pitches, a lot of bad pitches through the course of a ball game, and you just enjoy that fact because there's going to be games where you're going to make some good ones and they're going to cost you. They're going to get hits off of.
Broken bat pop up toward Marte. 2 outs. Let's go back to the Hall of Fame Club. Another update. We got a bid for the scorecard and the score sheet. My scorecard and Bob's score sheet. We have a bid.
$3.
I'm going to say 2. I was right. $200.
Oh my!
Let's throw in a scorebook.
It's going to give away the whole book.
Well, no, I've got a blank scorebook. I'll give them.
Along with, they want that card, though.
Well, I know.
They probably want the one with all the white out on it, too.
Probably.
That's the one.
And
Who
Bob,
was that against?
Well, it doesn't matter, but will you do me a favor? Would you sign your score sheet?
I wish I had that one that I had. Well, how about Steve's?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Steve keeps
we'll
a real
we'll
nice
add
score
Steve's.
sheet.
He's got a score card.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to add Steve's score card. My score sheet, I'll throw in a blank score book, and Bob will sign his personal score sheet. Ball bounced to first. 3-1 on the put out. I'm going to keep it right here for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. And a quick update while we wait for Take Me Out to the Ball Game is Cassie Jones at softball game and a picnic here at PNC Park. You and your employees, your family and friends, you can bid on that, and the autographed Pirates uniform is a premium item. It's the collector's dream memorabilia. All those nice, very nice. Take Me Out to the Ball Game here at PNC Park. As always, some fabulous shots from the HEH camp here at PNC Park. Game 2 of this 3-game interleague series. The Pirates are 0-10 all time against the Oakland A's, and they trail here, bottom of the 7th inning by a run. Big stories tonight. A couple of rookie pitchers. Garrett Cole's 6th big league start. Dan Straley, who had some big league time last year but is a rookie. This is his 21st major league start. He's allowed the 1 run, which came on the home run from Pedro Alvarez in the 2nd. Garrett Cole has allowed 2 hits, including a 2-run homer by Brandon Moss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Back-to-back very strong starts from Straley. Garrett Cole, his strongest start in the big leagues. The longest he's gone. And now his 6th major league start. Two and 1. Three balls and a strike on Alvarez, who had a monster shot.
Haven't seen anybody hit the batter's eye in a while.
Two.
A good one to hit that time. Might have been a little too far away, but it was elevated. Took a rip. Who was that? We had a pitcher hit that one time.
Kip Wells.
Kip Wells, that's right.
A leadoff walk. Go out to the Hall of Fame club. Rob King with Frank Coonelly.
And we're eagerly watching the beginning of the Pirates rally that's going to win this game. And Frank Coonelly, the Pirates president. And Frank, first of all, the support you guys have received. I know you're proud of Pirates Charities and what they do around the community and beyond, but you also have to be touched by the support of the Pirates fans that you've received tonight.
Well, very simply, Rob, if I knew that we were going to start our rally when I came on, I would have come on in the second inning. So I'm glad to hear it. But no, very simply, what we do at Pirates Charities, and our fans are getting a chance to see some of what we do, particularly as it relates to the Miracle League fields and letting kids with special needs finally get the opportunity to play baseball. Everything that we do is impossible without the support of our fans, and the outpouring that we get from our fans, and we're seeing it tonight again at our annual auction, is just remarkable. But nothing that we do at Pirates Charities could be done without the fans.
And I saw something the fans at home didn't get a chance to see before you put that coat on. The sleeves literally rolled up. You've been rolled up the sleeves.
Rolled up,
you went
and some
to work.
sweat. If you would have gotten me earlier, you would have seen some sweat on the brow, and we're working hard over there because we're getting so many calls. Every time that I put the phone down, another phone rings.
And calls from around the country, too, and around the region, but around the country as well.
Yeah, all around the country. I got a call from California. I got one from my old stomping grounds in Northern Virginia, where I lived for a while, Utah, all over the place. It's great to see. Pirates fans everywhere.
And there's Cassie Jones once again updating another item for us, and we hope that you will continue to support Pirates Charities tonight. 412-325-4888.
What a job Cassie's been doing.
4888. Huh? She's been remarkable.
Remarkable all night, and the fist pump, it will never stop.
And Pirates.com you can go to as well. We saw the bunt, move the runner over. Here comes the rally. Frank, thanks very much.
Right. Thanks a lot, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, back to you.
Rob and Frank. And a bunt sacrifice, and Bob Melvin's going to make a pitching change. Looks like he has a left-hander, Sean Doolittle, warming in the bullpen after Martin bunted Alvarez into scoring position. See if he makes the move, and there it is. Nice work from Dan Straley tonight. 6 1/3 innings. And now it's the Oakland Athletics bullpen called into action. Baseball, when leading or tied after 7 innings, only the A's have a better winning percentage than the Pirates. In these situations, Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. Well, here we are in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Kind of like the 9th inning.
Yeah. 24,560 on hand.
He who leads now is likely to win the game. Got to push this run across. Doolittle's numbers. But that one for first batter efficiency, Greg, almost 80%. Not bad.
That's good, isn't it? Really good. The doctor will face Gabby Sanchez. He'll pinch hit for Garrett Jones. The scorecard is up to 500. The scorecard is plural.
I also went next door.
Yes.
I got this little item to throw in with your scorecard.
Steve Blass autographed baseball?
On the sweet spot.
How about
there
that?
It is.
So you get that.
See it right
you
there.
get this score sheet signed by Bob Walk.
And I told Steve not to throw his score sheet away.
Good idea. for tonight.
We'll throw that in also.
Gabby Sanchez pinch hitting, a big cut and a miss.
And we were also going to sign the band DH sign.
Oh.
But it fell down. Of all nights for it to come unglued off the wall, tonight it decided to go into the stands.
Well, I'm sure we can find another one.
Somebody's already got that. Well, I'll have to go to the sign store and get a new one. It's been on the wall all year, and tonight it fell off.
Now Doolittle.
There you can see the what's left is the tape. Gone with the wind.
You got to band the DH sign too. We'll get another sign.
We can't give away that glove. We can give away that bat, maybe.
Can we? What do you think, Dash? Dash, can we add that?
Not the glove.
No, I mean the bat. Can we add the bat?
I don't think Dash can hear us.
Well, it's becoming quite a package. 0-2 count. Strike 3 called. Gabby Sanchez caught looking. 2 outs.
Yeah, got a breaking ball that thought was going to go inside. It just sat right on the corner. And when that ball is coming through the strike zone to a corner, you're more likely to get that call. If it's coming from outside, like a backdoor breaking ball that catches a corner, sometimes you'll get away with taking that one. But that ball's coming right through the heart of the strike zone to get to the corner.
There's a band with DH sign.
That would be a nice one.
Yeah, wouldn't it though?
The Coltrane. Coltrane is humming tonight.
Garrett Cole probably done as he went 7. 5 hits, 2 runs. The Pirates trying to get him off the hook here. Jordy Mercer hitting .321 with men in scoring position. Pirates have been just abysmal in these situations this year. Batting with men in scoring position at second and or third base. Bucs started the day a half game back of the Cardinals.
It certainly is our year.
1-2.
96. Doolittle bringing the heat.
Hockey night with the Hurdles. $7,000.
The battle is on between the hockey night and the trip to Denver.
Now the softball game at PNC Park, the picnic, and the spring training weekend.
It's coming up.
Popped up, headed toward the seats.
That'll be a few rows back safely.
Another update. There we are. All right. Sports commercial, still a great bargain. The scorecard's only $500. Come on.
You got the Steve Blass sweet spot, and I got something to go with that. All right. I think you'll agree that it just goes with the Steve Blass on the sweet spot baseball.
Mercer pops this one up, and this is playable. Moss makes the catch. Pirates leave a man in scoring position. Trail 2-1.
They seem to forget some of their disabilities. They're here playing the game of baseball. There's no doubt about that. This field really helps these kids be normal.
And that's what it's all about tonight. The Miracle Leagues and tonight's scorecard up to $600.
And this is what we're going to add to that scorecard, Greg.
Spring training weekend at $4,600. What are we going to add?
We are going to take our booth bat here.
Uh-huh.
And to go with this Steve Blass baseball, I'm going to go out to the barbecue tomorrow, Manny's Barbecue, and I'm going to get Manny Sanguillen to sign this bat.
Oh, nice.
To go with this ball, to go with your scorecard, and I think that'll be nice little deal for
very
somebody.
Very creative, very nice. And your score sheet, the signed score sheet.
Well, don't wrinkle it up. Look at that. You wrinkled it all up.
It's got to be used.
It's wrinkled up. You wrinkled
it's
it up.
It's going to look like you used it.
I'll sign a flat one with no wrinkles.
That's hard. These are hard to come by. Those score sheets. Coming away from the Hall of Fame Club at PNC Park. And we're now seeing new Pirates pitcher Tony Watson face Chris Young, the pinch hitter. Chris Young batting for Doolittle. Got the last 2 outs. Tony Watson replaces Garrett Cole. Cole went 7, 5 hits, couple of runs, couple of walks, struck out 4. More updates here. The tote board. The collector's dream, including the autographed Pirates uniform, the Root Sports commercial. Now we're talking. It's still a great deal, $3,100. Cassie Jones, Garrett's wife, working that tote board all night long. Now it's 2-1 now on Chris Young. Pirates Charities on Root Sports Auction tonight. Gabby Sanchez stays in the game to play first. Two and 1 on Chris Young. Pop up to shallow center. That's McCutchen. Well, the 8th inning begins with a fly out to center by the pinch hitter Chris Young. At the top of the order, Coco Crisp, who led off the ball game with a base hit to left as a left-hand batter. He is better from that other side of the plate. He's a .216 hitter as a righty. Crisp has also grounded out twice, hit into a double play in the 5th. And 1-1.
Catfish.
He is a ventriloquist.
Do you think he cheers with his mouth closed?
I think so.
Lips don't move.
See? Softball game at PNC Park.
Whoa,
nice.
Look at that.
And still a great bargain. Two and 2. That's you and 30 of your family members or friends, clients, co-workers, employees, all the chance to have a picnic here at PNC Park, plus play a game of softball in the outfield here following a Pirates game. That includes ballpark food and beverages for 30 people. 30 replica Pirates caps, commemorative group photo. Welcome on the scoreboard, a chance for one of your guests to serve as the PA announcer, either on the field or in the PA booth. Strike 3. Coco Crisp down on strikes.
A little paint right at the knees, outside half of the plate. It was a borderline pitch, but it'll go the way of the pitcher occasionally.
And now the Pirates collector's dream updated. Ball 1.
Go.
Batter Josh Reddick. That collector's dream. Autograph items. Autograph baseball from Jeff Locke. There's a fly ball toward right, top of the back. And 1, 2, 3 for Tony Watson. Clint Barmes, the pitcher spot, and Starling Marte due up in the bottom of the 8th, down 1. Tommy Malone takes the ball for Oakland. 8-7, 4.11 ERA. Lefty against lefty. Francisco Liriano for the Pirates. Gave up a couple of runs. Complete game win in Chicago last time out. He's 8-3. That's tomorrow night. Concluding game of this series with the Oakland A's. Right now, Oakland leading 2-1. There is Francisco Liriano. His final start before the All-Star break. Travis Snyder is going to pinch hit against the new pitcher Ryan Cook.
Pitched the 8th last night, didn't he?
Gave up a couple of hits. A hit to Alvarez and to Garrett Jones. They both went opposite field against Cook, but he was able to get out of it.
His 38 appearances, he's only inherited 11 runners this year.
This ball is going to be out of play.
I guess that's really not all that uncommon, though, for a setup guy.
Right.
Kind of, it's the same role nowadays as a closer.
Scorecard update. Whoa. When you added the Blast baseball and the Sanghi bat.
10,000 on number 1.
That's absolutely amazing.
Whoa, look at this.
Wow.
Grand, that's awesome. That is fantastic. Clint Hurdle and his wife Carla will host you in a hockey night.
That's going to be a lot
dinner.
of fun.
Go to a game, limo service.
The limos.
Yeah.
A dinner, a steak dinner here at Hyde Park,
yep.
right? Well, I guess you can have. They got things besides steak, I guess.
Yeah.
I should
right.
tell you what you have to eat. I'd have a steak. Travis Snyder would have a steak. Greg, what would you have? Like a nice piece of chicken?
Yeah.
Well, I should have known.
2-1 on Snyder, down a run. Count even.
Right there. Ease outside corner. It's pitcher's pitch.
1 out. Start the bottom of the 8th inning. Josh Harrison now will pinch hit for Tony Watson. Bucks down to their last 5 outs, down 1. They lost 2-1 last night. They collected 9 hits in last night's game, just 2 hits tonight. One of them, the Alvarez home run that gave him a 1-0 lead, but then Brandon Moss, a 2-out, 2-run homer in the 4th. Harrison called up today. His 5th stint with the Bucks. Having a really fine season at AAA Indianapolis, and .317, 19 stolen bases. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Trying to get something started here for the Bucks. Josh Harrison. Turned 26 years old yesterday. Cincinnati native. Two and 2 on Harrison. Spring training weekend, still a bargain at $4,800, and that package autographed memorabilia $6,500. Absolutely. Those calls in 412-325-4888. Ground ball to third. And 2 outs. Ryan Cook, setup man. Grant Balfour tires the first 2 men. He gets pinch hitters Snyder and Harrison to ground out. Faces Starling Marte. Marte has one of the 2 Pirate hits.
And Marte the other night took 1 out late, sent us to extra innings. It's not the 9th yet, but it's getting close. That was a great at bat he had too. Remember how many balls he fouled off? Wasn't getting anything to really hit. Finally got a good pitch to put a swing on and knocked it into the stands at Wrigley. Pretty good slider right on the edge. That ball just nicking the outside corner.
Ryan Cook has not given up a home run in 38 appearances.
Excellent. I like that. It's a nice one. Didn't work.
Bounce to short. The 0-2 pitch, and Ryan Cook has a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th. 2-1 after 8 at PNC Park.
For all these kids to A, have a great time, and B, experience the normalcy of these sports, and I think share in each other's gifts.
Pirates Charities and Miracle League programs benefiting tonight thanks to your donations. That package, the big collector's dream package on your screen, and well, the scoreboard, the scorecard is up to $1,300. And the spring training weekend is at $5,000. Nice. Softball game, an autograph package. And Josh Harrison stays in the game to play second base. Jordy Mercer moves from second to short. And on the mound is Jason Grilli, getting some work here, trying to keep it a 1-run deficit.
Jason hadn't been out there in a while, so even though it's not a save situation, there won't be one tonight anyway. Now that you got to the 9th inning, if we win, it's going to be walk-off style, so you got to put him out there.
He has not pitched since last Wednesday. He earned his 28th save. I think that's the longest stretch he has gone the whole season without pitching. A fine line. Clint Hurdle has to walk as he tries to give Grilli enough work, but yet keep him well rested. He has said before that if he doesn't get Grilli fairly regular work, he's one of those pitchers, like a lot of relievers, that just either aren't as sharp and get too much rest.
One of the adjustments that Grilli was having to make for this year, because he's, always gotten fairly regular work. When you're not a closer, you get out there in all sorts of different situations. Even a setup guy gets out, tie games and whatnot. As a closer, if the situations don't come up in the modern game of baseball, today's baseball, the closer doesn't pitch. That's just the way it goes. And so it's tough to, you might be sitting there for 3 or 4 or 5 days. And that's not what he's used to.
And there you see it. Some of that layoff not as sharp. And an update here on our scorecard, plus the Blast autographed baseball, the Sanguillen autographed bat, the score sheet autographed by Bob.
I feel bad too that this kind of a silly little score sheet. I'm going to have Tim sign this also. and there's an old dusty box up in my attic that I think has some bobbleheads in it. I'm going to get into that, and I'll sign a bobblehead and bring it down to you. What do you think?
So the Bob Walk yard sale.
It's a yard sale.
Available.
Yeah. Why not? Get a chance to get rid of some stuff.
Yeah.
We got we're going to have a Sangy sign this bat.
Yeah.
Steve's already signed the ball. I'll sign an old bobblehead and a couple of scorecards. So there you have it. It's our final offer.
Would you autograph one of your coffee mugs?
Final offer.
Would you autograph one of your
coffee mug?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
would you give that puppet away, the Rollie Fingers puppet, if you could?
You know what I have at home that I will autograph?
Drum roll. Drum roll, please.
I have a coffee mug from the 1994 All-Star Game at River Stadium, I believe.
What, you believe?
I drink out of it all the time, and it's in the writing is kind of mostly a lot of it's wore off.
Just say it is. It doesn't matter.
I think you can still kind of make out the
It's okay.
I'll sign that one of them silver Shoppies. Okay.
Now you tell us here in the 8th inning or the 9th inning. Huh? But get those bids in.
I'll see. I'm pretty sure you can still read the writing.
It doesn't matter. Just the fact that it is the 94 coffee mug, yours, that you're going to autograph and add to the package.
And you'll be able to tell it's well used. It's one of my favorite cups at home. Well, might be my favorite cup at home.
Can you imagine this conversation piece? You're bringing some friends over in the morning, having some coffee, and you hand out this mug, and they say what this is all about, and they that's fantastic. Bob Walk authentic 1994 All-Star coffee mug. You will authenticate it. Because who would believe that story?
I know.
And Grilli strikes out. Lowry after the leadoff walk.
A good breaking ball. A lot of sharpness to it.
There you see the package of autograph collector's dream memorabilia. It's going to all be yours. Item number 6 on your bid. And Grant Balfour, he has been perfect going back to last year. Now the Pirates will have their 2, 3, 4 hitters in the lineup due up. Tabata, McCutchen, and Alvarez. So you couldn't ask for more. Now Balfour perfect, 23 for 23 this year, the only closer in the majors without a blown save. Also has an Oakland A's record of 41 straight going back to last year. 0-2 on Cespedes.
How hard that breaking ball broke. Snapdragon. That's what we used to call those. I don't know if they still do. A long time since I got to sit in the dugout and hear all the lingo. That was something you used to hear about a pitcher. This guy got a good snapdragon.
1-2. Cuban defector, Yoenis Cespedes. Sharply hit, knocked down by Alvarez. He'll still get one.
Good job. That ball was hit hard. He stayed with it. He was able to get that lead runner. Keep the A's out of scoring position. Just a hot smash, one hop. Right up on the heel of the glove.
On to Josh Harrison at second for the force. Donaldson. John Jaso with 2 outs in the 4th inning against Garrett Cole. Hit a ground ball just inside the third base bag. It went for a double. Starling Marte's throw was offline. A shot at getting Jaso, and then Brandon Moss hit the 2-run homer. This has popped up. It is Alvarez in foul territory. And now Grant Balfour, who has been perfect, will try and save it with Straley. He will face Tabata, McCutchen, and Alvarez. 2-1 ball game. That was the score last night. Grant Balfour came on and pitched a 1-2-3 bottom of the 9th inning. A couple of changes, not just Balfour, but new catcher Derek Norris. He'll bat in the 9th spot. Balfour hits 6th. John Jaso made the last out. Just a phenomenal run here for Grant Balfour. New Oakland record, converting each of his last 41 save chances. It's the longest active streak in the major leagues. Not blown a save since April 29th last year in Baltimore. He's not allowed a run in 15 of his last 16 games, and in 26 of his last 28. Balfour, who, like Jason Grilli, we talked a little bit about it last night, late in his career, taking over the closer's role. There's Jason Grilli, hoping his Bucks can rally here. Starling Marte will lead things off against the 35-year-old. Jose Tabata will lead things off against Balfour. Tabata 0 for 3. Tabata 3 at-bats against Dan Straley, who gave up 2 hits. In line to win his 6th. Ball 1. Saw the numbers for Grant Balfour. 11 unintentional walks in 35 2/3 innings. 35 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 194 against him. The Australian native. One ball, one strike.
Like a hitter.
Wow, 1 and 2.
You see some hitters that do all that kind of stuff. You know,
Nomar Garcia
gloves, all that kind of stuff. That's what Balfour does out on the mound. High strike. Just caught the edge. Touching his hat, wiping his brow.
Headed up the middle, and it's a start. Bottom of the 9th, Tabata. A ground single to center.
He's fired up, isn't he? There it is. Right back up the middle. Shaving just a little bit on the pole side. The big guys up now in the right part of the lineup. McCutchen, Alvarez, nobody out. Great opportunity.
G.I. Jones and McCutchen. Parrott asking for some help.
Balfour wants a new ball.
McCutchen did not face Balfour last night. Jason Grilli still fired up.
They're up on the railing. They want this one. That took a little bit of a deep breath there when he's looking out. Getting himself focused.
Ball 1. You have to figure Tabata stays put, don't you, Bob?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be stealing. Maybe if they get the 2 outs.
Ball 1 on McCutchen. A late decision to swing and miss.
Yeah, that one is one he would like to have back, a hanging slider. He would like to have another one in that same spot to try his luck again, I guarantee you.
And now 1-2.
Yeah, that was a little bit better slider, just off the plate a little bit.
Rally hats are on.
Yep. Probably a few of them out there in the stands right now. Trying to get this offense going. 1 run last night. Just 1 so far tonight.
Balfour out in front, 1-2. McCutchen. And he strikes him out. Balfour gets Andrew McCutchen to strike out here in the bottom of the ninth.
That brings up Pedro next. Here's that last slider. 3 of them. 3 swings and misses. The first one down the middle, that's the one he wanted to hit. The last 2 pretty good off the plate. Those were tough, but that slider shouldn't be as effective to Pedro as long as he makes him throw it up in the strike zone level. Doesn't want to chase that one going toward his back foot.
Alvarez after the home run. Struck out in the 4th, walked in the 7th. Strike 1.
Wow. That looked outside. All right. Can't do anything about that. Get 2 left.
Very light drizzle here at PNC Park. Oh boy. How about that call?
That was outside.
Wow. So was that one. 1-1. Coonley and Rob King watching. Let's go Pedro chant.
Runs the slider.
1-2.
Was one I thought Pedro might be able to get after. Wasn't too low. It was just about mid-thigh. Had a good part of the plate. Another slider.
Wow, back-to-back strikeouts for Balfour.
That reminds me of Mike Williams a little bit. Slider, 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 slider.
After the leadoff hit by Tabata, the Pirate big hitters McCutchen and Alvarez go down swinging. Down to their last out after the leadoff hit by Tabata. Russell Martin 0 for 2 with a sacrifice.
Tabata might be given a green light here with 2 outs. So obviously, we're running out of outs. We would love to have him at second base right now, or you could tie the game up with just a single. And right now, if you just get singles, of course, you got to get 2 hits in a row. And double's going to be hard to come by because the outfield's playing so deep.
Dribbler, third base, on to first, and the A's win again, 2-1, back-to-back nights. The Pirates have lost 4 in a row, and the Oakland A's are 11-0. all time against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Balfour stays perfect.
And the Pirates continue to get good pitching night after night. I mean, on the road trip, good pitching. Good pitching here in these first 2 ball games, but not turning them into wins like they were for so long. At 3 series defeats in a row now, I think. Phillies, right?
Yep.
Cubs, and now the A's have taken 2 out of 3.
He was delayed 1 hour and 42 minutes at the start, and then 2 hour and 27-minute ball game as Garrett Cole suffers the tough luck loss. Dan Straley improves to 6-2. The A's and the Pirates their 4th straight loss. Let's send it up to Paul and T.
All right, Greg, thank you very much. And we're in the Rivertown Brewing Hall of Fame Club, and another tough night for the Pirates as they come up on the short end, 2-1 the final. A really nice effort for Garrett Cole. He suffers the tough luck loss.